Good evening, everyone. On this Sunday evening, super nice weather I am. Hope everyone is very well, had a very good evening. So I'm a couple minutes late, just when you stream every day it's all kind of second nature, setting everything up. So I just wanted to check everything was working. Do let me know if you've been doing the daily races this week, because where I kind of left it, Monza was looking a bit dangerous for SR. And I think both Andy and we lost a bit of SR in Seaside. It's a bit dangerous, but a lot of fun. Like most dangerous things. Evening Al, evening Steve, evening Ian. Evening, Andy. Turn the wheel on. I don't. So dailies B is well, C is Nürburgring, and B is Suzuka, and A is Alsace Village. But, daily race C is in Group 1. So the Le Mans cars. And actually what I was doing is I was just trying to see if I was missing any Le Mans cars, but I don't think I am. Ian, for me I'm going to learn Suzuka. Why don't we start with Suzuka then? Is my control broken? Well, I mean we'll do both. But maybe starting with the Group 3s at Suzuka and then moving up to the Group 1s might be better rather than the other way around. So just bear with me and I'll get this sorted. It's pretty simple, this one, just hard tyres. Can I let you know about how the karting went yesterday with Roswald. And on the podium. Get rid of that. Put that to Group 3. Hard tyres. And I think that's everything. As far as I can see. Apart from the track. We'll start with 3 for a sprint, maybe. BP on BP on blah 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 blah. All good. Bang. Room open. Steve, I didn't touch Monza. It's a shame about that because Monza's a really fun track and it's really fun in sims as well because it should lend itself to quite strategic racing and kind of swapping positions, you know, each time you go into turn 1 and then being a bit patient and then swapping positions again, but it just descends into anarchy. So it's a bit of a shame that with the current punch system. Steve, how many Group 1 cars are there? There's loads. But I think in terms of the hybrids, it's normally the Audi R18 and the Toyota TS050. And out of those, the Audi's a bit aggressive on the hybrid. Well, they both have their own issues in terms of recharge. But when you've got battery in the Audi, when you kind of accelerate out of a low-speed corner, it just goes in a straight line. You can't really accelerate and keep turning, if that makes sense. It goes like on rails. So I normally prefer the TS050. Andy starts Suzuka, 15 minutes practice, couple of 4-lap races, then I wonder about a quick Ferrari on stage. Extra fun, yes! Let's definitely do that. That's a great shout. Fantastic shout. Let's do that. Ian being out in the heat. I mean, it depends where you are in the UK, but I was outside. Makes a change. I was outside on Friday, and I was karting yesterday, and I was outside today, and it was hot. I think I lost a kilo on Saturday during karting. Let me know if I've done anything wrong in this. I need to turn in the settings, by the way. It feels so weird being like behind a computer wheel, having done a lot of driving. Is anyone out on track? No, so I'll change it to a full lap. First grid. Time. Steve, ulti count back up to BB. Nice. Pretty good rating to have on the ulti count, I think. What do we think about cars here? Obviously the S's you want to kind of get, want to get turned in, but then you've got some big straights. I might go Beetle. Or Porsche. But great shout, Andy. We'll do that. I definitely want to do that Ferrari special stage with you guys. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Steve was completely destroyed a few days back. I don't know from what race that was. I don't know if anyone else did FIA on Saturday, last round of the season. If so, how that went? Was it a bit more? Did it have a bit more of an edge to it? Because it was last race of the season, I don't know. Ian, don't you need special gearing for Route X replay? I think you do, but it's not that complicated. We can all do it. I'll just turn the tuning off. I think basically we can just do it by extending the last gear. Surely that will work. Just pushing the last gear to maximum. Or just, I think at the bottom you can it won't let me do it now because there's no tuning. Did I turn tuning off? I hope so. Yeah. But I think if you move the final gear all the way to the right, I think that will work. I suspect. But you are right, because we were looking for lobbies that day, and then some of them, they didn't have that, so it was a bit of a waste of time. Fun combination though, I'm glad they did it. They mixed it up with that, and they mixed it up with the rally cars at Tsukuba. Steve, did Monza's a trial on auto account got obliterated? That's why I don't touch on the main account. It seems kind of... Monza just seems kind of out of your control as to what will happen with your SR. The circuit has these pinch points that either... I think someone put it really eloquently, I can't remember who it was, but it's either you get... Maybe it was Roswald. Or maybe it was you. Either you get tapped from behind, or someone ahead of you gets a slow exit and you tap them from behind. Sorry. Either you get tapped from behind going into the corner, or you tap people coming out of the corner. And because the penalty system's a bit of a lottery, it's not really clear when you get a penalty out of that, how to avoid it. In the old GT games, you used to get a very detailed booklet with the game going into tuning. It was great. Yeah, I only had GT4 second hand, but I had heard about that, and that kind of added to the allure, mystique of GT Sport as like more than a game, and actually teaching you how to look after and tune cars, and as like a teenage boy, that was very exciting. So, Andy in the Huracan. So let's go and get the speakers up. It is hot. I don't think I could have played F8 on Saturday anyway because my wheel just... I don't think I would have been able to cool it enough. But in the evenings it was okay. It was before online came along, it was all about tuning sets in the car. I wonder if GT7 will kind of go back to that. That's what it looks like anyway. It's like the GT Auto thing, which I think is where you have to like oil your car and stuff like that. Do you have to change the tyres too? I can't remember. Okay, keep an eye on the temps today. Andy with a 203. Steve heading out in the Atenza, is it? Yeah. But if it does go back to that, will it lose people more to the online sports side? I don't know. I think I'm at a stage where I'm more into the online sports side. When I was growing up, I would have been much more interested into the tuning, but I think my interests have kind of changed a little bit. So I don't think it will. I think they'll be pretty clever about keeping the sport aspect, but also having a game that caters for everything. Denny Gaming, welcome to the stream. I'm not good with Group 3 Suzuka, well it's perfect time to try out. I'm not good at Suzuka full stop. We had a hideous race here. Don't know if anyone remembers that race in the Scirocco. Like a week or two back, that was like the worst race of my life. It was just torture. So I do want to get better at Suzuka. It's a track that's always going to come up in racing games. It is, you have to bear in mind we are on the hard tyres, and the bit that Steve is going through now is really freaking hard tyres. I think we should maybe be sub 2 minutes or just over. No idea. We'll see. We're normally quite good at working out what the ultimate pace is and guessing it for the week ahead, but that's... Having the likes of Roswell and Nathan helps with that. Nathan doing a 60-minute karting race on Saturday in the baking heat, 60 minutes straight. Unbelievable. Right. I'm going to try and see what's what. First time on the PlayStation in a little while. The first thing I've noticed, having done quite a bit of driving this weekend in a real car, is how light the brake pedal feels on my T3 PA Pros. I think for the first time I appreciate maybe you do need a little bit of resistance there. Tomorrow I'll be doing the Motorsport UK F3 at Montreal rerun because they messed up the timings last time unintentionally. Just a scheduling error thing. So my 4th place against scraps and we'll go again. But I think I can do better than 4th. I think I can get on the podium. The other thing I found from karting this weekend, on a baking hot day, quite a high speed track, I guess fair enough to say, it's just how physical it is on the arms. And all force feedback, it gives you a bit of detail that otherwise you get from your arse in the seat. But it's not the same workout. I wonder if a direct drive wheel gives you the same workout. Oops. I'm aware that this driving is probably quite messy. You have to bear with me for a little bit as I get used to the Jägermeister rear wing. Well, a lot more fun in the Group 3s than the Group 4s. Porsche is very obliging in turning in. Whereas the Scirocco just did not want to turn in at all. I don't know if that's a purple sector just for me. I imagine so. Some people are getting a really good exit out there. Difficult corner this. I'm beginning to think that actually the Scirocco was probably a horrible car to drive around here. Or maybe that's just a racing driver excuse. Get both. I'm no good at this bit. Probably lost a bit of time in that sector. Quite cautious through that. Cut a lot more of that curve, I think. See what we get. .202, fairly messy lap. Yeah, I think sub 2 minutes. Fairly easily. Steve, I'm equally terrible at Suzuka. It's a track I really want to get better at. I feel like the what they call the bits at the beginning is just some of the most technical parts of track you can get, and it would be a great feeling to feel really strong there and catch other cars. Ian, my DD can rip itself out of my hands if set on full, so it's not set on full. I'd be interested to know what DD you've got actually, because to be honest, I struggled yesterday in my second race. Really struggled physically in my forearms and my biceps. So a DD wheel has kind of entered the frame for me, potentially. Very small P, potentially. This guy in the Beetle. Steve in the R8. Spinning at the chicane. I think from memory the R8 is really fussy around that chicane. Like super fussy. Someone will beat my time pretty quickly. I'll jump back in. This could be a good race in Group 3. How many laps is it? 4-lap race. Because it's not super easy on the hard tyres. It's quite easy to run wide. So I think you'll be able to put people under pressure. And there's places to pass, definitely. But I suspect the R8 is a really quick car around here, but it's definitely a handful. Ian, treated myself to a podium. Nice. And V3. Is that the Fanatec podium with V3 pedals? That's a great setup. Maybe it's not helping your times at the moment, but I'm sure it will give you that more detail and consistency and reward you for kind of pushing your limits. I suspect you've got it mounted to something pretty substantial because, yeah, I've heard people don't run them at 100%. It's just too much. Hey, Kate. Kate made some great muffins today. So I've had a muffin. That's why we're a bit late to the stream as an 8:15 because I couldn't turn down a fresh muffin. Is there a muffin emoji? There's no muffin emoji. What's that? This will have to do as a muffin. Ian, run at 15%, lift the stands at the floor. That's the thing about sim racing, isn't it? It's not just about getting a nice wheel, then it's about getting nice pedals, and it's about getting a nice rig, and a screen. It's a proper hobby. Andy, can you turn sound up or start a party? Right. Let me know if... We're going to do some experimenting on the fly then. I'm going to turn the game sound up, and let me know if you can still hear me. So that's the game sound turned up pretty substantially. You might not be able to hear me. Or we could start a party. I just need to find it should be here somewhere. I'll turn the mic up a bit as well to compensate. If you can hear me fine, then great. Just thinking where that cable is. For the moment, let me know if you've got any issues. Usually sounds coming from. I'm aware that the general volume on my stream is quite low because I minimise the microphone so there's no background noise or less background noise. Okay, great. Well, it sounds like it's all working. That's good. I'll spend some time to try and rework the levels another time, but as long as you can hear everything. Ian, there's me fancying a snack, and I've got. I mean, there's loads of muffins here. There's about 6 muffins left, and they're chocolate and strawberry, and they're literally fresh out of the oven. So I've just had a muffin for dinner. You got to get those homemade muffins. I was out and about this weekend for karting and other things, and I did social distancing. I think there's a discrepancy between the provisions for social distancing and what people actually do. I think social distancing seems to pretty much go out the window. Maybe it's just hot as well. I don't know. Evening Loopy. Evening Gregor. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're looking forward to the daily race next week. I think Suzuka's going to be a good race. Let me see how many people we've got. When we start to fill up a bit later, we'll start going into the races. Name of lobby. It's there at the top. But yeah, a part of me wishes that, it would have been great to have just absolutely smashed Monza and Seaside this week, two of my favourite tracks. But then, you know, there are other things to do, so if you miss a few days, then whatever. And also, just from an SR perspective, it would be a shame to kind of tarnish my memory / picture of Seaside and Monza by just being terrible places to lose SR, if that makes sense. I have good memories of Monza and Seaside. Ian, I'm going to the shop. Well, can you have healthy muffins? Probably not. I'm going to go on a bit of a fitness regime. Not that I need to lose weight, but I need to build muscle. I've definitely lost quite a bit of muscle in lockdown, especially my upper body. So I used to play rugby and football about 2-3 times a week, and I haven't really done anything to compensate. So upper body strength and core, and this is just for karting. If I wasn't karting, I wouldn't be too bothered, but I think it's pretty important. Welcome, Gregor, from Brazil. Ayrton Senna here. Remember we had a race a couple of weeks ago was it at Seaside, and there was someone from like the Senna Drivers Club in Colombia who started P1. They were S-rated, livery was incredible, Senna helmet, and then the game just started them facing the wrong way. Classic. Love your vids. Thanks, Gregor. I'm hoping to do more videos. It's just the equation is I only have so much free time, and am I going to stream or do a video or do other stuff in my free time? But I am going to do more videos, and I am going to throw up some karting content. There was a big crash yesterday in my first race that I have. Oh wow, I have a pretty big bruise from actually on my left arm where barrier came up and hit me. But it was an exciting race. Got 2 full races from the 360 cam, and got some racing before, and would like to do some more GT Sport videos, and would like to do some more iRacing. I hope if you tuned into the iRacing, when was it? Wednesday? I hope you enjoyed that. I really wish I could stream the F3 on Monday, because that would be good fun. Still got a nice livery. Gregor. Martini. We are fans of the liveries here. I think Ian is in livery corner. Ian's like the arbiter of what's a good livery, and I'm not really meant to look at them too much because I get distracted. Loopy as well. Hate Nürburgring. Yeah, we had some really good racing in Nürburgring a couple of races ago. Was it me, Shadow, Roswald in the daily races? That was really good fun in the daily races. But I think in the Group 1s that's going to be interesting. It feels quite tight and twisty for the Group 1s. But as Shadow suggested, we're going to do Suzuka. We'll get into the races once we fill out a little bit, and then we'll do a special stage on the Ferraris, and everyone will move the gearing up, and that should be good fun. Bit surprised my fastest lap is still there, because that was my first lap. Maybe I've just got faster, I don't know. Loopy, do you know what car it is for Daily Race A this week? I don't know, but haven't they been doing kind of multi-car races in Daily Race A recently? So it's N400. Actually, it says N400 specially provided car. So I don't know. Actually, sorry, that's complete rubbish. That's this week. Alsace Village, N200 specially provided car. So I'm afraid I don't know. Evening Phil Garda. Hope you're not melting away. Having some fun on GT Sports. I noticed in the F1 today, a lot of the commentators and people were saying, oh, it's really hot weather, maybe this is why the tyres are doing this and that. Surely it wasn't that hot compared to like when they go to Bahrain and Abu Dhabi. Actually, I guess Bahrain's at night now and Abu Dhabi's at night. Maybe it is pretty hot. But maybe I'll give the Daily Race a crack on my old account next week. Alsace is quite a fun track. I think Village must be... Is Village the full thing? Maybe 2 laps at Village. It's definitely a track with character, Alsace. You kind of feel like you're just moving about. Phil Gardner was watching previous vids of yours racing a league with a few guys on a race with now from Next Gen, which was good. I've really enjoyed Next Gen races. Been racing 4 Club 100 with some super fast drivers like Treviso, NM1M, Marky Boy, people you see in the top 10, against the likes of, who was in Next Gen? Burnt Fry, Apex Predator, super fast drivers. Hopefully we'll have another team versus team. I don't know if you're part of the Next Gen clan outfit. Greg goes fastest. Nice. Here is Treviso. We were just speaking about the races against Next Gen and how much fun they are. Class outfit there. Phil, I raced with Team vs Team on Wednesday in Next Gen. Burnt Fry. Oh, are you Burnt Fry? I know, Burnt Fry's Jordan. Because I had a good dice with him at Interlagos. The thing I really enjoy about the team versus team is the qualifying. And I feel like on the Club 100 side, we've always hooked up the qualifying really neatly and had a really nice SlipStream training. And we're quite tactical, so we had a race at Spa where Treviso was behind me, but obviously a lot faster than me, and we were just on the inverted commas radio, and I let him through and slotted him behind. That was quite a nice team move, and we didn't lose time fighting, so I really enjoyed them. GT3 League I raced for CRT. Nice. Don't know if you're going to be joining the lobby. Setting some super fast times there. I think we're filling up a bit now. Kind of. Maybe we'll go into a sprint in a couple of minutes. Andy Shadow, let me know if you're... Sorry, Andy Steve, let me know if you're okay for a sprint in a couple of minutes. Shake things down. Treviso, yes, it's very well organised, tactical and fun racing team, Club 100 vs Next Gen. Yeah, especially as it came around during lockdown, and there was that whole period where they had like the F1 races, like the esports races, and the R-Factor 2 races were a lot like F1 Legends, and then we were doing Club 100 team versus team. Just a really nice, it's really like that. And for me as well, to get to race with people like Treviso, who are super, super fast, just I find you can learn quite quickly if you're behind fast people. You can just realise, yeah, I can brake there, or I need to be a bit wider in, or I can get on the power really early here. It becomes a bit more, not necessarily instinctive, but kind of subconscious, the way you can drive. Phil Gardner can't race tonight, unfortunately, PS4 being used by the kids. It's an interesting one with what Microsoft's doing, kind of, with streaming. So, for example, if you have the next Xbox and you have Forza, and your kids are using the Xbox, you can just switch on to streaming Forza. You can play Forza on a stream, and if the latency works, then great. Or your kids can play on the stream, and you can play on the Xbox. So I wonder if PlayStation will do something similar. Greg, I'm afraid of the new Gran Turismo. Don't be afraid. I don't have enough money yet. I'm sure, I mean, Gran Turismo Sport got discounted pretty aggressively, pretty quickly. In the UK it was like £20 after a couple of weeks, if I remember. Phil Gardner, it's great fun, but I'm only in Pro Am lobby. Burnt Fry won last season, so now was in Pro lobby. Okay. Well, maybe if we do another Club 100 versus next gen, we'll be racing each other. But it just seemed like a class outfit, and I like that. Leapy, what car is easiest to drive around Suzuka? I don't care about pace. Not really sure. I was using the 911, which seemed to work. Let me just send a message. Just do the smiley face. I'm aware that it comes off quite aggressive, or I read it that way. And on that note, Phil, I find the same thing in real world karting. So when I was karting on Saturday, I was racing with some super fast people, and in for me what was quite a fast field. So the whole field was only 1 second apart. So that's 30 karts. And everyone's doing a lap time within 1 second of the fastest guy. And I was pretty much bang on the middle because I was able to follow the fast people and have that confidence that, yeah, hang on, I need to be on the power early here, and the kart's not going to oversee, it's going to grip around the corner. Or going into a very fast corner, right, I can brake later. So for me, nothing really beats just being on track in and around fast people. You know, it's much more, you can learn much more quick that way, even over watching loads of track guides, for example. Be good to be back on the PlayStation. How's the wheel doing? The wheel's nice and cool. Windows are open, fan is on. PlayStation isn't a jet engine. I've had a muffin. Let's start this race then. I'm not sure about my pace, but it doesn't really matter. Is everyone in? Yeah. Leap Racing, I forgot you're in Australia, so good morning to you. It's super early there, isn't it? Feel free to let us know how we're doing or where we're losing time. Shadow still got the A rating. Nice. Didn't get caught up by a reset. Why am I on pole? Oh, not on pole. Okay. It's a long wait, isn't it? Just try and follow Steve here, I think. Is that the Ferrari? Almost lost it there on entry, actually. It's not the Ferrari, but I can't remember what car it is. Is it the Supra one? So much less understeery than the Scirocco. Oops. That felt really weird, that section. I felt like I was just on the verge of losing it for a long time, and then eventually I did. This has always been one of my weakest points at Suzuka. I just can't visualise the exit here. Maybe that's a bit better, I don't know. And I think you probably need to brake for 130R. Brake a little bit later than that, I think. Oops. It's quite a fun corner, this. And I know when I've levelled up as a racing driver when I feel really confident through here and feel like I know what I'm doing. So I definitely don't at the moment. I think you need to be patient on the throttle through these bits. Let's try not to bin it here this time. I think I was a bit harsh off the brake going into the first left-hander there last time, so right-hander. This Porsche is feeling really nice to drive. I feel like it's kind of saving me a bit. But if anyone wants to see some really cool karting footage, if you search the British 24-hour karting something at Teesside, streamed by a company called Alpha Live, which happened today and finished at 12 o'clock, so finished at midday today. And if you watch the last 10 minutes of that stream, that was the most incredible end to a motorsport race I think I've seen for a long time. In the way it was covered, in the context, and what happened, and the twists and the turns, and you know, the fact it's a 24-hour race. And having done a 24-hour race, having done a 24-hour karting race at Teesside, by the end everyone's just kind of a zombie. But the guys at the front were just absolutely nailing it, and I think the difference between that and Formula One or, you know, sports cars is you can see their bodies, you know, really trying to wring the most out of the car for the last 10 minutes of a 24-hour race. It was absolutely incredible. So definitely worth the watch. I was watching it for like an hour. I was absolutely hooked. And these guys were doing mega stints. Some of them were doing like 3-hour stints, some were doing probably more than that, a lot more than that. There was a team from Belgium. Sorry, there were 2 teams from Belgium, and each of them only had 2 drivers in each team. They're doing a 24-hour race with 2 drivers. absolutely insane. But yeah, if you watch that, that might be something that gets you hooked into karting if you've kind of thought about it but never really looked too much into it. It was a great advert for karting. I'm just talking to myself to make this more interesting. Whoa! Oh, I could do that. I don't think I have great pace here at all. I just think there must be some instance behind. I'd actually quite like to follow someone who's fast around here. Laps. Oh, I guess those lap times are pretty consistent, if consistently slow. Nice grandstand they've got here, I never noticed that before. Oops, that's a new line. I feel like I'm off the camber there and it just pulls you away from the apex. It just feels horrible, that section for me, as in my driving. I am going to bin it on that first right hander. I don't really have it hooked up. Tell you what, it's a bit sweaty in the VR helmet. I've only had it on for what, 4 laps? Ooh. Whoa. This car is just an absolute delight to drive. Lets you know when the back end's going, gives you plenty of time to sort it out normally. Really eager to turn in, but doesn't really oversteer on the power. Okay, bit of a better lap. Oh, Kireth, I thought you switched. Yeah, that was the idea. But then I'm trying to remember what happened in one setup. We were going to do it for the Red Bull Ring race. We were all set up, and then as the formation was happening, I was like, "This is a bad idea." So I went back to the headset. And I haven't gone back since. Oh yes, because then I looked up and you are able to get chat in the VR helmet. You need to restream the YouTube to Twitch and then get the Twitch into your headset, which I haven't done. But yeah, my goals are to do one or the other, and using a monitor would be simpler. I'll just then need to find an extra screen for the YouTube stuff. Loopy, nearly 6 AM. That's super early. Gregor, I raced karts once on a tight track here in Brazil. Got exhausted, yeah. Tight tracks as well. Even in kind of like not that fast karts, tight tracks can be really tough. I did a 12-hour race, an overnight race on a tight, twisty track, and it was pretty tough. Phil, Spoon is a tough corner. Never find a good line. Spoon. Which one is Spoon? I should know these. Is Spoon the one before the back straight? Sounds like it should be Spoon. For some reason my keyboard only like registers half the buttons. Spoon. Loop Racing, my friend racing cadets Teesside. Teesside's a great track. Big old straight. Sector 1's like high speed, and then the second half of the track is a lot of fun corners. And racing in cadets, always, I think, good to start karting early. I kind of wish that I'd kart as a kid, maybe. But I was doing other things. I played a lot of rugby. Don't know whether I would have rather karted and played rugby. Rugby's fun. Phil Gardner, in a Group 3 car, just lift into 130R. That's a good tip. Try that next time. I definitely think sub 2 minutes is where we should be aiming. Straight back in fastest first. I was going to do... Andy, it's up to you. I was going to do reverse grid. But let me know what you think. We'll definitely go straight back in though. I'll stop blathering on. Gregor Landium, I couldn't lift a water bottle. I don't think that was after karting, but I have the same thing in my biceps. Where it's like... can't lift anything. Can't pull them up. Loopy VR headset is only good for the VR component of the game. Yeah, I didn't used to have a TV. Living that Spartan life, so the VR was my TV. And I basically got used to it. And I just need to spend a couple of hours racing on a monitor again and moving from what feels like 3D to 2D. Which I know is normal, I'm just not used to it. Leave racing, general racing, driving, I prefer using that swing. I'm impressed if you can switch like that. Because I've tried a couple of times and I've just found it quite alien. Oh, Ian is a long time at the shop while he's making the muffin. Yeah, I hope Ian shows up with some muffins for everyone. From the muffin shop. Leap Racing, his name is Jack Boulding. I don't know the name, but if he's a cadet I won't. But yeah, I think they run a pretty good operation at Teesside. It's the reason why a lot of the British 24-hour races are held there. Because they run a slick operation. I can't remember what the name of the guy who runs it with the kind of like the grey hair, but he's a pretty cool guy. Gregor, you can't... Do you mean you can't or can cut some grass on 30R? Because if you can cut some grass on the inside, that'd be great. Yeah, Spoon, I don't know what I'm doing because... To me, it should all be about the exit onto that back straight and getting on the power really early and kind of powering out to the outside of the track. But I always end up having to lift off the throttle. And I know it's not the fastest way through. Can, okay. Well, we'll try it in the next one. So, Loopy, you gonna spectate again? Wait for this Tom Nixon to come through. Just wait for him to select a car. Selector. Okay, your choice, pal. See what we can do. Hopefully have some good racing with Steve and Shadow this time. What part of the track is that? To catch up to Andy and Greg. I think Steve was looking faster than me until he hit the wall under the bridge. Oh no, it's not a good place to start, no. That Scirocco race was so embarrassing when I just understood off here before I'd even crossed the start line. Anyway, it looks like we're doing a lot better with Suzuka now. Too much of a narrow line there. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a party here. See if I can follow Steve. Lol. Ghosting is on high in this lobby for moments such as that. Come on Steve, let's go. Show me the line through here. Oops. That's not the line, Steve. It's a flat through here, we're saying. Well, I hope so, because Steve doesn't break. Not flat, but lift. Okay, yeah, definitely lift. Nice, great tip. That's what the stream's all about on a Sunday. Woo! Steve, wherever you go, I'm going. Right, 7 seconds to make up. Should have been more over that green stuff there. At least I'm not over the edge of the camber for that bit. It's a better sector one for Steve than me. Catching fair play. See, we're catching Andy. How many laps? Okay. Halfway through. Ooh, both live in the same place. Ooh, terrible exit. Spoon. Got to sort it out. Okay, we've gained a second on the leader. The biggest compliment I can pay to the Porsche is that it doesn't feel like I'm on hard tyres, it feels like I'm on mediums. Whereas if I was in the R8, I'd definitely feel like I was on hard tyres. Maybe it needs to go down second there. Let's try and get over this green bit this time. Ooh, very close to that grass, Steve. Don't think we're catching on Andy. Whoa, Steve. Okay, we're catching someone who's had enough, I think. Oops. Not a bad line, actually. Unintentional line that worked out. I could hear he was on full throttle earlier than me because of where he was positioned and pointing. Wow, look at how much time we've lost. A bit better for us that time. Nice switch for the last lap. Wow, look at Andy, doing great. Whoops. That's not gone well. Let's spectate the front of that race if we can. I thought I'd really give it the bean to there. Yeah, absolutely binned it. Proper binnage. But good racing with Steve there. Now seeing if Andy can take it on the Dutchman. Looks like he got a much better exit there. Inside a spoon, maybe? Kind of running out of places now, though. Felt like a... Ooh. F-Type goes defensive already. Maybe the outside on 130R. What a move that would be. No. It's going to have to be into the... Nice move! Up into P1. Put him under pressure, get stopped. There's carnage behind. What's gone on here? It all happened. Great win for Andy. Really put the F-Type under all sorts of pressure there. Is that the attender not having a very old Lexus, not having a good time with it. Good race though. That's what I think about Suzuka on the hard tyres. I think you can pressure people, and actually there's not a lot of margin for error. Picking up that trophy. No expense spared in these lobbies. Got all the silverware. Very good result for Andy, that. So I think you had to work your way up to those guys as well. Processier was at that chicane, wasn't it? No yielding. Good race. Wow, it's super hot where I am. I'm going to turn the fan on. I mean, up. And there's a lot of places where you can lose time as well. You can lose time in the S's. You can lose time coming out of the tight hairpin. You can bin it like I binned it into turn 1. You can bin it on those two. Are those the Degners? The two fast right-handers? and you can bin it on 130R, as we saw the leader do. Steve, I like the FT1. Not sure it has legs on straight. So yeah, I was nudging you on the straights, but that might have been SlipStream. I don't know. What's the SlipStream setting? Is it real? I think it would be real. Same as the race. Where am I looking? Real. There. Ian, pit stop complete. We don't know if you were baking or buying the muffins. What kind of muffins you were going for? Where's that muffin emoji? There we go. 2 muffins. They're not really muffins, but they'll do. Question for you, Greg, in the chat. Steve, in R8, so yeah, I feel exactly the same way about the R8 at this track from memory. On the hard tyres, the chicane is absolutely treacherous. At low speed, the R8 is really difficult. Bin juice. End up doing a week shop. Cookies, not muffins. Muffins make me check for some reason. I don't know if you went. So when you go to Sainsbury's and Tesco, they do those kind of not homemade, but the cookies in the see-through plastic. No, actually, no. That's Tesco. Tesco, they do like them in a see-through plastic. In Sainsbury's, they do them in the paper bag. Those are top quality cookies. When I was at uni, my diet was basically exclusive to those cookies because they used to go on reduced quite quickly. Muffin chat or cookie chat. In records for I'm starting with the pork pie. Now here's a big question about pork pies. I'm not a fan of Melton Mowbray pork pies. I like the pork pie. So I'm talking about individual level pork pies here. Snack level, not the big ones. But snack level where you buy them in a pack of 4 or 6. The Melton Mowbray ones at the top kind of go inwards. The crust at the top goes inwards. Whereas the pork pies that I really like are where the crust at the top goes outwards a little bit. Those pork pies for me are just... I'm doing that finger thing. I need to do that finger emoji. Where is it? Get the hang of this. Is there no finger emoji? Oh yeah, there is. I was just doing this emoji, so I was talking about it. The ones that go out at the top, and you've got a nice jelly inside and everything, those ones are absolutely peak. So much meat they poke out. But you know the big pork pies that you get for about £1? Those ones you can't, well, tell me if I'm wrong, you can't really eat them without cutting them into quarters. Those ones I don't like, that's too much pork pie. I'd rather have 2 individual ones than 1 big one. But can't have them off in terrible indigestion, yeah. When I was younger, pork pie in the lunchbox. We'll go again in 2 minutes. M&S. Wow, no expense spared, Ian. I don't even know what an M&S cookie looks like. I imagine it's very nice. Don't Marks and Spencer, don't they do like... Isn't all of their food own brand, but not in a bad way, in that market way? As in, you can't go there and find some Walker's Crisps. Steve, I'm on my final week of G29, ordered Fanatec CSL Elite Starter Bundle. Congratulations, that's huge news. We'll upgrade to later when I get cash again. Not gonna get it. Not got it. My last image says in warehouse processing. Fanatel CSL Elite. The thing that I find really exciting about Fanatec, and now Ian and Steve are on Fanatec, is that you can swap the rims. And for me, I find that quite exciting, even though it's probably not that different. But yeah, big congratulations, Steve. That's a huge, huge move and a very nice wheel. Be expecting to see the lap times dip a couple of tenths. Some good chat going on here in the lobby. That's what it's all about on the Sunday. Nice to start these streams at 8 o'clock and not 9 o'clock, I think. Phil, wish I could get a Fanatec scene, but for now GT I have to do. Yeah, I saw they've come out with a new G29 0 something, but look pretty similar. To be honest, I've Logitech mouses and stuff, and I don't know. I don't have a real drive to go to Logitech, but Fanatec sounds quite cool. Right, let's start this race. This guy speaking. I'm going to be at the front now, aren't I? Tactical move to quit that last race. Let's do it. I am really glad that I got the T3PA Pro pedals, because I only got them because they were the only pedals available. But it has made me appreciate the progressiveness needed for throttle and brake generally, not just here but in karting as well. Whereas before I was very binary. I think that's one of the first steps in sim racing is to become really progressive with the throttle. And also the brake. Whoa! I was looking at my brake marker and suddenly there was a NSX right in front of me. Go for me then. Try and nail this bit. I think Greg's looking pretty racy. Maybe we can have some fun at this daily race beginning next week, actually. We can sort out this corner. Just a lift here. See, in the R8, the amount I span there, I lost the rear end. In the R8, I just wouldn't be able to save it. It just swaps ends so quickly for me. Just conscious that I went off there last time. Feels very slow. Slow as fast though. I don't know if anyone knows what's going on with FIA then. I don't know if they've announced a new season or something, or if there are any races this week or not. Oh, you know what? That actually felt pretty good through there. That felt... Let me know in the chat if that looked half decent. I'm definitely starting to feel pretty hooked up in the Porsche now. TJC! Fast driver. Carry too much speed into the first part, and then the second part becomes very difficult. It's like what's the best way to explain it? You have to balance these corners. You've only got so much to work with, and if you use too much in one part, you'll pay for it somewhere else. There's a big mountain over there. On the left. Who's behind? Andy's behind. Well, let's try and do a good line through Spoon again. Basically, I let it run to the outside, and then I got really tight on the curb on the inside, but at really nice points. So basically not too early. So I lost the back end a little bit there, but I'm still very happy where I apexed that left-hand curb, because I was on the throttle all the way afterwards. We'll probably take quite a lot of that grass. Fill with the tip there. You can probably straight line that quite a lot. Ooh, it's hot. It's hot nights in the UK, that's the worst thing. We don't really have air conditioning, although Ian's got air conditioning. Ian absolutely loving it. Another interesting thing for sim racing recently, I saw James Baldwin, who won the world's fastest gamer competition, won his first race in GT4 or GT3, I think at Alton Park. Very good result. James did the intro for the F3 championship I'm racing in. There we go again. Forget everything kind of before it, but just from the apex, pretty happy with that. I can just sort out the bit before. So I wasn't tight to the inside and have to lift off and all that. Nice. Detonator in the house. Catch up in the chat. I feel like I one day I get my... Yeah, we'll all get sponsored by Fanatec. That'll be the deal. They can sponsor the Sunday night lobbies. See, the new one looks exactly the same, it's just got a new rumble. Yeah, I think that's the Logitech one. Surprised they released it before the new consoles came out, actually. Ian, offer my old wheel. You did offer me your old wheel. It's very generous. But I'd have to pay for it, and I need to kind of see what's out there. Banksy livery would be no good to me playing in VR. Put whatever livery you want. But super generous offer by Ian there. Really. Let's put this there. Really cool that. And I do need to kind of think about what I do with my wheel because can't be doing with the overheats anymore. Detonator, did I miss? No, we haven't done group 1 yet. We're doing this, then we're gonna do a couple of races of the Ferrari special stage, the bump drafting one for fun, and then we're going to go into Group 1 at Nürburgring. I thought it was better to move this way than the other way. 20 degrees in here, whatever. Nice and cool. One of the cool things about going to a hotel as an Englishman or a Brit is being able to play with the aircon. It's such like an alien concept. Oh, you can change the temperature of the room. But Ian's just living in the year 3000. He's got it sorted. Shadow, you got that down now? I think so. I'd like to follow people a bit more. I think I don't feel super great with it, especially through the S's. See you later, Detonator. It's a good little soundbite, that. Feel if only that would be great sponsorship. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Definitely am looking to maybe get Fanatec. Good brand name. Greg, that was tough. Yeah, I saw something happened at Spoon, lap 2, maybe. You're using a Lexus, I think. Maybe the RCF. I can vouch for the Porsche. It's working pretty well for me. You need to get the old. I hope there's going to be some more leaderboard battles this week. Yeah, Steve going for the Porsche as well. Ready for global warming. Oh, man. To buy more fans. Greg, I live in Midwest Brazil near the capital. Well, I imagine you're putting all of. Oh, it's a bit hotter in the UK. It's a shame. 20 27 degrees now at 5 p.m. That's hot. Midwest, so I guess not near the sea. Is Brasilia the capital of Brazil? Sounds pretty tropical. Did I do a message? Yeah, 5 minutes. Find a bottle of water. We've got Greg from Brazil, we've got someone from Australia, straddling all the time zones, as we like to do in the UK. Greg, I live in Goiás, the state that surrounds it. Is it pretty tropical then? As in, is it outside of the cities? Is it kind of rainforest? It's kind of how I imagine it, but that might not be right. Andy, so we're wanting low 2 minutes here ideally. I think we're wanting 1:59s. I think that's a good target to break. I think I did a 2 minute something in that race. It's Kate. But because I got Spoon kind of right for the first time. Geography. Well, I don't know Brazil that well. I've never been to Brazil. I know there's a lot of rainforest, and I think unfortunately a lot of it seems to get cut down. From what I know. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not that strong on Brazil, to be honest. Actually, savanna. So like plains. Okay. I need to go to Brazil. I should have tried to make it out there for the World Cup or the Olympics. Cerrado. So what's the kind of... What animals roam that? Is it buffalo? Bison? Brazil's not my strongest spot. At night it gets very cold, breeze like 15 degrees. I think that's... yeah, still warm for us. Ian, Mr. Gaitam is that Mr. MCA with a 159.3? Because that's... okay, I'm not too far off that. Gregor, we've got that beautiful and colourful birds. Birds of paradise. I have to say, I don't know what the likes of Andy and Al feel, but it's pretty cool chatting with someone from Brazil. Don't often do it. It's kind of strange to think that we're both on the same game, on the same console, but in very different parts of the world. Roswald absolutely smashing it at Buckmore Park this weekend. My arms are destroyed. I actually have a pretty big bruise, Roswald, from that. There was that crash in race one. And a barrier came up and hit me. I didn't really think much of it, but actually I've got like a bruise kind of most of my forearm. I'll get over it. Sounds better than northwest of England. But I'm amazed that, I was racing very close to you, there didn't seem to be any lag or jumping around. I've had much more visible lag racing with people in the Midlands, for example. This is very cool. It kind of shows how powerful the internet is, and maybe we take it for granted that this is possible. I don't know if you're jumping in, Roswald, or not, but it's only a 4-lap race, so I'll just do 2 men. Roswell footage there. Yeah, I got footage of it. I didn't turn my... Obviously, we were rushing to put the cameras on for practice, and I put mine on, but then I didn't have time to turn it on. So I just had the camera on, just not on. I did have it on for that race. That'll be interesting. In fact, I looked at it on my phone preview, and the footage is pretty cool from it. Yep, we'll wait. I've got bruises on the back of my arm, so I was leaning a bit on the seat. Yeah, that kind of bit down the side. I found it really tough. In the second race, especially. So Roswell did a 46 dead at Buckmore Park this weekend, and as far as I'm aware, there's only one other driver. There's only one driver that went under 46 seconds, to my knowledge. So out of all the drivers that raced at Buckmore Park this weekend, maybe, I don't know, 200 drivers in Club 100 over sprints, enduro and sprint 60, maybe more. Actually, probably more. 250, 300, I don't know. But of those drivers, I think I only saw one person do a 45-second lap. 45.9. And my fastest was a 46.7, which I was pretty happy with. 7/10 off Roswald. We'll wait for you, Edward, as well. Welcome to the stream. It's all just practice out here. But Roswell can tell you how his races went. Did my camera stay upright? It didn't. It fell back on the number plate. I saw your comment in the group, obviously. I replied to it. I feel like in hindsight maybe I should have been a bit harder and said, actually, the mounts were pretty rubbish. I think I got lucky with my ones. Ian, any problem with Brazil's president giant anacondas? Yeah, two presidents. I don't know which is two problems. I don't know which is worse. Let us know who you are, Adwad, so we know. Okay, transported boy. Okay. If you wanted to select a car, Sega Rally style, and the same Roswell, and then we'll kick off. Roswell, when I was 10 kg overweight, was so quick race when they raced in a car. I could say very fast if I said it. It's kind of unlucky with the race too, because you don't get to change your car, right? But my summary of Buckmore Park this weekend was just incredibly physical, and not even from the heat, just the karts and the dry. So I need to work on my upper body. Roswell's carrying extra kgs, but he's also packing a lot more muscle. But a lot of fun. Really kind of chilled out race weekend with all the COVID-19 secure stuff. Just made it a bit more relaxed, I think. And as kind of someone who's coming back into Club 100, that I quite like that. We put Roswell in number 1. Is he going to park it? Yeah, there's a bit of debate in Club 100 at the moment over the mounts they use in the kart. So, to give the full backstory, let me just do this. Let me just get a bit consistent, and then I'll give you the deets. Oh my god. Did I not get a penalty for cutting that corner? Stakes are always higher when Rusford is racing. Somebody goes up a notch. Good battling here. Is what it is. That good racing, let's say. I feel like the lobby's kind of kicked on now. Ooh, someone's got fired off. That German's a bit of a liability, isn't he? We're never going to catch Roswell now. Messing up my gears there. Not a good exit for me. That's where I normally end up. Right on the outside there. Who's holding Razzled off? Hope you can hold him off a bit longer. It's not going to help. Dirty tyres, I think. Japanese driver maybe in the house. Good lobby this. Whilst we're going for the move. Ooh, what's gone right? Cars a bit all over the place. Let's go for it. Ah, we went for it. It's tricky on the S's, isn't it, to do an overtake? Because he was kind of understeering from corner to corner, so it was always highly likely that he was going to understeer into me. What's happened here? Oh, sorry mate. My bad. Pretty much plumb last here. Didn't feel like I've driven that badly. So if you're not on that curve, I don't think you're doing this right, I think. At some point you need to touch that curb. and then power through the corner, I suspect. Claiming a few positions. Not going to turn them down. Good lap by Greg. 2:17. Try and set a fast lap in this last one. Not the best through there. Purple. Didn't brake late enough there. Causes all sorts of problems at hairpins if you don't brake late enough. Spoon. Let's do it. Why did they go down first then? Dodgy exit. Good lap by Russell. Oops. Feisty race. I mean, there's only 10 cars in that race, but it was pretty exciting. Russell starting from the front, going all the way to the back to let everyone through, and then still managing to get through to the front. Pretty awesome drive. Roswell could use Sports Hard. I think Roswell would still beat us on Sports Hard. 911 looking pretty banged up. Ian, what's the max weight in karting? There's no real max weight in karts. It's all about minimum weights. Super heavy in Club 100 is minimum 95 kg. Good race. Just let people practice. Literally all I have to do is send one message and I still mess it up. There's only one thing worse than typing on a wheel, and that's typing on a TV remote. Yes, first to last to first challenge. That's what the real top drivers do. So you've got a Japanese driver, Japan. This is crazy. Japan, Brazil, Australia, UK, US. Did I get murdered at one point? I can't remember. Oh yeah, did I get murdered on the S's? But I went for an optimistic overtake there. To be fair. Was I lagging, or the Greek guy? The Greek guy was everywhere, and the German guy was a bit kind of all over the place. We can pump the Greek guy if we want. Andy and Russ Walden Steve, let me know if he was lagging for you. I can't really remember, but if he is, then I'll just say sorry and then move him, because it caused a bit of chaos actually. Petrified, the German chap. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you. Sorry for slowing you all down a little. I'm still in the game. No, great to have you. I saw you on the first race. You braked very early, so I thought, oh, okay, you must be very new. But actually, you seem to pick up really quickly. We're going to lose the Greek guy. He's been kind of jumping in and out, which maybe makes me think that his connection's not great. Let him read it, and then into the Ethernet. Evening, Jodie Jonah. Ow, winner of this gets Ian fantastic. Ow, you're so generous. Very generous offer. I think we'll have to take it up. So winner of the next race gets Ian's direct drive wheel, and I think it would only be fair to throw in the fully air-conned kind of setup around that. I'm joking. We could think about prizes, like not real prizes, obviously. Don't have the budget for that, but some sort of prizes. Do anything we want, really. Hope the daily races went well for you this week, Jodie Jonah. Quick group 3 never. You were absolutely smashing it on that combo. How's the wheel now? It's cooled from one side. The other side is getting hot. So I'm going to bring the fan over this side for a bit. But it seems like people are getting Fanatec wheels. Steve's got a Fanatec. Ian's got a Fanatec, so I might jump on the Fanatec train. Russell, do you have Nathan's number? I do. The guys at Karting, if you sent to me on Facebook. Yeah, we'll do. I'll ping you that number. It's funny, when I met Roswell and Nathan after my first race, I took my helmet off and I've been wearing my glasses underneath. This is in practice quality, and it was the worst idea in the world because I thought it might work, but it just didn't because my glasses were just bumping around like crazy. And everything being shaking around. I took my helmet off. I had the world's biggest bogey. It was actually about 3 feet long, so that was my first introduction. But then we dispensed of the bogey. Right, someone from Canada as well. Hugging the wheel, yeah. But that, I mean, full respect to Ian for getting a nice setup, because I think it should just make the racing for you more enjoyable, and I think that's an awesome commitment to make. I really do, and I'm definitely looking to kind of step up with the wheel. Not because I think it will make me faster, I don't, but just because it's like an investment in my hobby. Roswell, do you need a prescription visor? I've never heard of that. Maybe I do. I've got a Bell Star helmet, which is quite a popular motorbike helmet. I've never thought of that before. That's a great idea. I'd pay money for that, because when I wear contacts, half the time they fall out. That's a great shout, Roswell. I'll look into that. Because I imagine if they do them, I'll be able to get them for my Bell Star, because it's like a mass market helmet. Oh, I don't think it's a thing. You've got my hopes up massively there. I was so excited after having a year of issues with my vision in racing. Might have to be laser eye surgery. Steve can sit this one out. Let's get this switchblade in. Good joke by TVDK. Sharp wit there. He's probably joined by the time I send this message. It takes about 3 light years to send it. No, it isn't. Sophie King, is Chucky while here? If you're Friday Night Racer, yeah. Chucky racing in the Suck Squash Bang Blow League, which I couldn't make this Friday, but I stream every week. And racing in the Subaru, I think. Super Liveries in that league and open for anyone to join. If this guy doesn't... Okay, he's joined. So Steve's sitting out, we're going to crack on with this one. Good to have you, Sophie King. Hope you joined the stream. Hope the racing went well on Friday. Let us know how it went, because I don't really know. What track was it? It was... I can't even remember the track. Yeah, I'd love to know how it went. Because I've been doing pretty well, I think, in that championship, so I feel like I've lost a bit of momentum now. Prescription visor is a great idea. I mean, my visor is meant to be class 1 optics, whatever that means. But I presume that means that it's a consistent vision even though the visor is curved. So there's no reason why that couldn't be prescription. I've really drunkenly put on my pin lock on Friday night after a few, well, quite a few ciders. And I looked at it on Saturday morning and there were just fingerprints everywhere. So I think I have to take my pin lock off and wash it all and put it back on. I didn't really need a pin lock for Saturday, I don't know why I put it on first. Felt pretty slow there even in second gear. Journals off. Oops, see you later. Going back to Canada. The reason why I think this race, that race in the Scirocco was just, it felt so bad, was not only that I was falling backwards, but also because the tyres were falling off. And in that car, it just didn't want to turn in, so the race just got worse in so many different ways. Whereas in the Porsche, it's just a fun track to drive. I know there's no tyre degradation, but this is just a pretty fun combo actually. I do like the F-Type. Remember the first time I saw an F-Type in the flesh? I was actually in... Where was I? I was in the north of Tenerife, where it's a little bit like rocky and it's nothing like the south of Tenerife basically. And this F-Type came down this hill and the exhaust, and at that moment I fell in love with the F-Type. If I ever had the money to get a nice car, I'd get an F-Type, I think. A bit lax there, not really concentrating. Almost bit my head off there. This Japanese chap has gone off in the distance, hasn't he? I don't know if anyone's seen the video on YouTube of a Japanese guy who has a... Ian, you might like this actually if you haven't seen it. He has the most insane rig you've ever seen. And all he does, I think, is he replicates Ayrton Senna F1 races in his McLaren MP4 was it? And it's full kind of like motion and like gear linkages, and it's just absolutely insane. I don't know how you would find it, but if you search like Japanese Senna sim rig or something. But I just thought for a second maybe this guy is that guy, Mr. Nobu. I wonder where these guys picked up penalties. Ooh, the off-tide. Wow. See, in iRacing, that's the race over for both of them. And there's probably my race over because they can only get bounced back into the middle of the track. iRacing is just high stakes. We will do more iRacing on the stream. Gonna go for the move here, I think. There's actually quite a lot of space to get it done, and then you can park it on that proverbial apex, as I like to say. That is probably my catchphrase. Actually, there are a few times on Saturday in the karting where I actually failed to park it on the apex, and I really paid for it. I think it's because in a game, it's quite easy to just put your car there, and if there's contact, it doesn't really matter. Whereas in karting, if you put your car on the apex and the other guy runs into you, you look bad. And depending where you are, more importantly, your car can end up facing the wrong way. Uh-oh, it's the blue of Roswell coming through. Bad dream. This could be a good battle actually. 1 lap to go. Come on, let's get a move on Greg, otherwise he's going to catch us. We both haven't been that clean. So we've got 2 seconds to Mr. Roswald. Getting a little toe now though. Should have a better exit there. Place your bets then. How's this going to finish? Oh, the Japanese guy's off. To be fair, I did bin it there as well. Ooh, sideways. I'm actually going to try now. I mean, I'm always trying, but I'm really going to focus now. Japanese guy's holding that Roswald. Honestly. Sideways for Greg. Pretty well brake there, I think. Hit that curb, even if it's like that. tell you what, he's going to get a pretty good toe up here into the chicane. That's pretty good by me though. There's going to be a lot of penalties there in the daily races. Chat kicking off. Did I miss something in the chat? I was trying to focus because I didn't want to bin it. Don't know if anyone saw what happened to the Japanese chat. Get from the chat. Russell, I wish GoPro would make a helmet with integrated camera. So I looked into that before I bought my 360 camera. I think Bell made a prototype about 4 years ago, and it's just kind of a camera that, sorry, it's just a lens that kind of pokes up the top. It's very integrated. Looks great. There's a company called Jarvish, Jarvish, that are meant to make helmets that have an integrated display in the camera. I'm not sure if they've actually done anything. And there's a few other kind of Kickstarter companies. But yeah, I'm surprised it's not a more common thing, and just for motorbike riders to have it as a dash cam 360. I just imagine it's quite difficult to put a camera in there and a battery and comply with like flammability rules and not have too much pressure and basically still get your Snell rating. But I'm surprised about it. But considering people just put a GoPro on anyway, which is probably a lot worse than a crash, I'm surprised no one's massively tackled it. I would think it'd be quite popular. Greg, I've never seen a guy from Japan in GT Sport either. Yeah, and me neither. I feel pretty special. Got all the nations. It's all kicking off in the chat, as you said. Let's forget to put race again. I'm slowing it down slightly just because it's quite hot. Justin, good to have you with us. Safety rule, yeah, it's a safety rule. I think it all stems from the Michael Schumacher thing, helmet issue. But then we put them on the carts, and it seems like it's a bit of a lottery with them out. And either which way, well, it seems like it's more likely at the moment that a helmet's going to fly off a cart and hit you bang in the middle of your visor. And that could be pretty problematic. I mean, even when you have a small stone hit your visor, it's pretty powerful a lot of the time. I can imagine I think Roswell does the same thing. Every time you attach your camera to a cart, you don't want it to fall off because you don't want to lose your camera, you don't want to break it, you don't want to injure anyone else. But at the end of the day, it's not really in your hands. As soon as you put it on, you're kind of trusting the mounting mechanic. And if a camera fell off and smacked someone in the helmet, and even if there was no injury, but it kind of dented their helmet, I imagine that person would be very happy. It's an uncomfortable area, to be honest. Ian, considering they have fitted 8mm video to I didn't know they had cameras on the helmets. I don't know how they did that visor camera. Chucky Head, you and Alex did well in the racing of the weekend. Well, we did well for us. Mr. Roswald was absolutely smashing it on lap times. And blisters, yeah. I mean, I was a bit lucky with mine. My blister hasn't opened. It was very close to opening. Alex has opened. I think Roswald probably has blisters too. My thought at the time was, because it was hot, I think our hands were sweating more than usual, and that was causing things to slip a bit more inside the gloves. That was my thought. JJ, and is this race B next week? Yep, this is race B. It's turning out to be quite a fun one on the hard tyres. Russell, I don't know if I touched the Japanese guy. He spun at the end. He spun whilst you were catching me and Greg, was it? And he was P1, he spun at turn 1, so he spun on his own before, so it might not have been you. And yeah, kind of overtake here, yeah. And overtaking the S's is very treacherous because you can get squeezed out onto the gravel. And it seems quite easy to spin once you're on the gravel. Chucky, your racing is truly amazing. Wow, that's high praise. Did we win that race? I think so. But proof will be in the daily race B. Good to race with people in different regions. Thanks, Steve. Russell, yeah, it's probably an insurance thing. It's probably like the policy the underwriter has said, we won't cover you if there's a GoPro attached to a helmet. And it might literally just be because they saw a news report or something. And you can't really argue with them, so... Yeah, IndyCars are really cool visor cams that are quite intense, and also they use the 360 cams a lot more, I think, on the cars. In NASCAR as well. It's a bit much in NASCAR. I'm gonna start this race. I feel next race gets spicy. Hopefully it's good watching. It's going to be race from the back, so we'll let this guy join. And yeah, we're filling out in the lobby. It's a bit like running a nightclub, isn't it? At the beginning, half-price drinks, a bit empty. Now we get into the stage where we're going to start putting away the chairs, get the dance floor area a bit more pumped up. Happy hour's ending, 10:30. 10:30 actually isn't a happy end of happy hour at most of the clubs I go to, or went to. Are we going to go back to clubs? Tend to go off on strange tangents on this stream. Greg, do you remember Master 2009 when a spring hit him in the helmet? Yeah, I do. And that... So the interesting thing about that is he obviously had a proper motorsport helmet, very high spec, and still, because the spring went in the visor area, it knocked him unconscious and caused him, I think, fairly severe eye socket injuries. I wear a motorbike helmet and the aperture is much wiser. Wiser? The aperture of the visor is much wider. So stuff like that's more likely to happen. Which is a bit worrying. Yeah, he was unconscious. I think his eye, it looked like one of his eyes was open, one of his eyes was closed. Actually, he was unconscious and his eye was just... One of his eyes was forced open, but he was unconscious anyway. There was actually a big crash in my first race, which you've seen in the video when I uploaded it. There was a big crash today apparently in the sprint series. There was a red flag and someone with some ankle injuries, so you know, karting is dangerous. I've got to stop losing it there. One day I'm just going to lose the back end. Come on. Steve struggling to get past someone. Sorry, Roswood. We're just biding his time. I'll take that. Not the best line, but I'll take it. So Roswell going for the move now. Good defence by whoever is racing there. To last that long. I don't think I would have lasted that long. Again, in the R8, I would have lost it there. No second chances. So Steve out in front, Justin third. Oh, Justin's off. Roswell in the pack there. I just worry about SR in this race next week, that last chicane. Thing is, that last chicane is not really an overtaking spot, is it? I mean, unless you're well up the inside. So if everyone just kind of takes it easy through there and does their stuff down the main straight into turn one, it'll be fine, but people won't. This hairpin definitely is an overtaking spot. But there's nearly always going to be contact because people can still hang it around the outside and then you kind of inevitably make contact on the exit. Oops, too deep. See, I never got close to that curb that time. And that's a good reference point for me, that curve. Japanese guys going slowly again. Pace is definitely quickening in this lobby. Oops. Almost followed him. I don't know if that's purple just for me or purple for everyone. If so, very good. Happy with that. Oops, sorry mate. Here's what it is. Ooh, someone's gone very deep there. See, if someone's running around the outside there, they're just going to get squeezed off and they're going to turn into you and someone's going to get a penalty. So unless the person on the outside yields, which people rarely do in GT Sport, or do less in GT Sport, it's going to end up in a penalty there. Ah, really bad exit. Nice corner that in 38. Need a really good brake marker there, like I have for Monza. Don't have them at the moment, just braking kind of in between the two boards, closer to the second one. Roswell's almost in the 159s already. These guys gone off again, it's going to be interesting, come back on. Still got the inside, but it'll probably yield, yeah. In my head, Japanese drivers are very respectful. Let's put it to the test. I rarely race for Japanese drivers and American drivers in any game, just because the servers are often, you know, split by regions. This is a very unusual situation. I'd like to get an overtaken. See how the Japanese driver braked there? Was very patient, didn't try and kind of go for the gap. Did we touch? Probably we touched. I definitely was sideways, and it's a bit like the Vettel moment today. Let's take evasive action. Ooh, carried a lot of speed through there, wow. Fair play. That was a brilliant overtake. By Mr. Nobi, good race. Good racing in the lobbies tonight. Getting very international. Maybe it's a good time slot. Shouldn't have pressed that. Oswald, it's bollocks. They used to let us use him with a waiver form to say if your head comes off, don't blame us. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, I suspect it's an insurance point because they made a big deal about getting on Motorsport UK insurance and having higher coverage. Whereas before maybe they were more chilled out, saying, well, that's your liability. But at the end of the day, yeah, I don't know. I suspect it's an insurance point. Chucky's clubs are dead like disco. Yeah, I miss going to the club. Where they spend a lot of money on drinks, you can get a lot cheaper at home. Issa, open lobby, yep. Open lobby. Say goodbye to a Japanese friend. That was fun. That was cool racing with him. I felt like he was very respectful. And that overtake, I don't think I was that bad to 130R. But he was right on the edge. I thought he was going to go wide, but he didn't. And then made a beeline for the chicane inside. I was like, well, fair play, you know. I'm impressed. Be my guest. It's not really the mindset of a racing driver should be, probably. Jolly Jane, a purple is fast overall. Sometimes I just refuse to believe it when I get a purple sector. I'm like, really? How do I get a purple sector? I know the lap 2 thing, I think you always get a purple sector. Ian, seen first Japanese, hit first Japanese. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the lobby. He said, any more room? Yeah, there's loads more room. Yeah, Phil, there was a lot of returning to the racetrack in interesting ways there. Again, that's something in the daily races where just you're going to see those SR down arrows. Ian, think they're going to do Re-X? Yeah, I want to do Re-X. Wow, isn't that a cool message from this Switchblade guy? Love your channel, mate. I watch every vid. Don't think I've ever had a message like that before, just from like someone random. Have to send a mate, not a mate. I say words well before they're due to come in a sentence. At least my smiley face should be automatic now. Issa got down to SRE today. Bad times. Sorry, mate. To hear that. Should we do one more race there? Do you think I'm overdoing the smileys now? I think there's too many smileys. It's coming across as a bit insincere. Shouldn't have done the smile in that last one. Anyway. Yeah, Roswell is super fast. Roswell is super fast in GT Sport and super fast on the track. And by super fast, I mean incredibly, incredibly fast. Greg, I struggle being consistent like him. Well, the best thing is to follow Roswell. Jolly Jonah went down to SRB in manufacture yesterday. Sorry to hear that. At least it's not a reset. Yeah, I think we've spoken about it before, Roswell, about on this stream about motorbike helmets. My view is that. Cheers, Andy. Very good racing. Yep, we'll hit the daily race this week. Hopefully, we'll be in the same lobbies. Always good to race with you. Very fair and fast driver, Andy. Which I think is like a really good base. Yeah, my view, Roswell, is that you can pay more for firstly, it depends what racing you're doing. So if you're racing in cars and you need like, I can't remember what the spec is. Is it Snell also for cars? But you need a certain spec. But if you're doing the karting like we're doing, and you want a helmet that, even if safety is your only concern, you don't know what it looks like. At the end of the day, karting helmets are more expensive, but they make a lot less of them, and I think that accounts for the price. Whereas a motorbike helmet is cheaper, but actually they're probably tested more thoroughly, and they definitely make a lot more of them. By making a lot more of them, they can bring down the price. You might get a better helmet, but also I suspect they test it in different ways and stuff. It's my thought anyway. I know there's two very different camps on that. A lot of people think that's rubbish, and actually motorbike helmets are no good for karting. But I have a karting helmet. I have a Sparko karting helmet, and I don't really wear it because the fit is horrible and it's quite Spartan. Whereas actually the motorbike helmets, even the really cheap ones, like £150 for a brand new helmet, are really nice. Phil Garner should be taking 130R, 145 maybe. Okay, I'll keep an eye next time and try and see. I feel like I know when I'm taking it well because I'm on the full throttle early, and I kind of wash out right onto the curb. Whereas if I'm not taking it at full speed, I don't wash out. So I know I could have taken more speed in. So, are we all here? Steve, just getting the hang of this bit. I think Steve doing quite well. I think you're racing well ahead of me. Yep, we'll go, Steve. Oh, just missed Nathan. Sorry, Nathan. It's a quick race anyway. Nathan can spectate and let us know how much time we're losing. Well, if a motorcycle helmet keeps you safe for the motorbike, yeah, you're right. And motorbikes generally go faster than cars. Right. Oh, my body hurts from karting. Nathan can tell you how he's feeling because he did a 60-minute straight race on Saturday. Literally like Iron Man level stuff in that heat. Okay, I didn't turn the volume up where it was. Justin going for a little turn there. In reverse grid, you've really got to make hay when you can. Oh, he's gone defensive there. I was going to... Don't knock me off, please. I was trying to go for that move on the inside. I'm surprised we touched there. I thought I was well past him. Anyway. Sorry, pal. So was it 145 through 130R? Ooh, wheel almost on the outside there. Sorry, mate. That was the guy who said I watched every video. Sorry about that. To be fair, it was a great moment going into 130R side by side, and it was just a bit unfortunate we made contact. But I'm very sorry about that. That is very cool that someone from Canada says, Roswell, where did Roswell come from? I'm trying to follow Roswell's line for a bit. I'm just doing that. Turning out a lot better than me there, in exactly the same car. Yeah, very cool that someone in Canada says they watch every video. I mean, I'm not sure. That's pretty strange to think about, but I guess it's kind of why I do it. This is quite interesting actually. So racing Roswell for real on Saturday, and he was 7/10 faster than me. See what happens here. Roswell getting much closer to that curb than me, and getting on power earlier. It's already ahead by 1.5 seconds. Was at one point 145. Oops. But then I think it dropped down to like 142, I think. But ballpark, pretty happy with it. I was just messy on the exit. And there we go, Roswell in the 159s. Slowing down. To maybe help me look at those slides. Driving school with Roswell time in the instructor car. So he's on the power a lot earlier than me here. There's two of us in the driving school lesson, which is sharing the lesson, me and Greg. Great, getting all signed to sideways. I feel like we're both following Roswell's line, which is very helpful. Well, let's look at that 140, 130 speed. Oops. Okay, that was a lot slower. So as we're going all the way over to that curve. It's quite tight there. Dab of the brakes. If you do a track day in a like Formula type car, this is what they do actually. They send you out in a group and the instructor goes ahead of you, kind of starts driving slowly and then starts to get faster and faster. And people kind of can't cope with the pace and end up dropping back, and by the end you have a couple of people who can just about hang on with the instructor. Spoon. One, 4, 3, pretty rock. Oops. Yeah, thanks Roswell. If you slow down to show us your lines, it's quite helpful, especially through the S's. Slow is fast. All about that rhythm. Yeah, Ian, yeah, I should apologise to that Canadian guy. Sorry if you're watching. I was really excited about going side by side through 130R. So normally I would have backed out, but I was quite excited about it. The slow thing, I can't even apologise. It's like, no, just deal with it. That's weird. Sometimes it does this, maybe I need to... I'll just have to guess. There's no cursor coming up. Go all the way to the bottom. And then one up. Nope. That's not going to work. Detonator in the house. I can't even do race 2 minutes. Has anyone had this bug before? Okay. Oops. This is just, I have no idea what I'm doing. There we go. I just all I wanted to say was sorry for going through 130R, but unfortunately I don't have any cursor, so I can't save. Anyway, catch him on the chat. Hey, Fine Flapper, good to see you. Was you using your time at Dragon Trail Seaside yet last week? You had a very handy time. Flying in the lobby. JDJ looks like 130 hour single file bed. Surely you could do 2x2 through there. Surely. I mean, when the Japanese guy overtook me going into the chicane, he was so wide we could have been 2x2. If anyone in the stream is watching and we have the possibility of going side by side through 130R, I really want to try it. And if I'm on the inside, I'm happy to take all of that grass. Because I want to be side by side and then genuinely latest on the brakes into the chicane. I think that would be really cool. Issa, remember last time my online was messed up? So this is the fix. Yeah, restarting and then again I don't have this cursor, it's a bit weird. Go to options and then do this. Don't know what it does, but people recommend it. Yeah, great race by Greg. You're really on it there. Couldn't keep up. Looks like you were really getting the most out of the car as well. Yeah, Russell doing two things at the same time when you've got that speed. Also sweating over here. Gregor, let's cool the wheel from the other side. Hope you've been doing well flying. Hope your hand's all healed up now. Setting fast times again, so I hope so. Detonator, not sure how long you'll be on. Okay, well we'll get this one going pretty quickly. Fly and let us know if you're joining or just spectating. Russell, does NM1M Nathan? Yeah, he is. So can ping him your deets. Jenny Jenny with us early starts, 4 AM starts. At least we've started the stream a bit earlier this evening, I guess. But you're putting in the hard yards there. It's a fair play to you. Right, let's crack on. Ryan Peters, good to have you. Sorry about... If you watch the stream back, you'll see I was so excited about going side by side through 130R. Way too excited. So sorry for punting you off. Oh, Treviso in the room. Oh, sorry, Treviso. You have to watch us and point us out. We're really slow. But yeah, it's hotting up in this room. Right, I've got to pay attention now, otherwise I'm going to be dead last. Dead last anyway. In fact, if I start dead last, it means I've done really well in the first race. So is that the Greg and the RCF? Looks very tail happy, but I think you're getting the most out of it. Detonator, I think, is probably going to run away with this one, maybe. Picking up that casual penalty before the start line. Safalicious. Don't know what's happened there, mate. Oh, really scrappy line through there. And then Roswell gets all over this curb. Just seems to get him a bit of a better run up to here. That's a bit too understeery on my part. Just a bit of traction there. Nice colourful livery. Stop getting distracted by liveries. It's going to be my downfall. I was a bit cautious there because I was trying to look at the radar and check I wasn't going to... Side by side, come on, let's do it. Let's get it done. Jeez, that's what we're going to... No, GTL, what are you doing, pal? Okay, we haven't done it yet, the side-by-side through 130R. That's going to be like some red arrows level coordination through there, I think. Quiet. I'm pretty sure my line through is not the fastest. It doesn't seem to be losing me that time. Oops. Yeah, so Roswell gets into the curb right at the end. Which means I think he's coming into this left-hander from a wider angle and get on the power earlier. That's where I'm losing a lot of time. Battle this. Hopefully we can get a good exit onto the straight. It's one of our weakest corners. Yeah, on the curb. For me, if I'm on that curb, it means I'm actually tight on that apex and getting on the power early. Roger, we're going to go side by side. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't think it's possible. If anyone thinks it's possible to go through side by side through 130R, let me know, because otherwise I think I'm going to have to leave that dream to die. This is exactly where I want to be, following Roswell and kind of learning lines. So no break there. Oops, okay, that was not going on already. I'm just getting onto the curb right at the end there. same with that one. Flying, holding up Nathan. Great pace. Very scrappy for me so far this lap. Good defence by the Australian there to keep Roswell at bay. A lot of time. We're going to get into turn 1 maybe. Someone gone deep. Trying to overtake on the inside here if it was going to open up. All the inside there, but maybe. I think you kind of, unless you're very good, you have to bide your time through there. Roswell carving through the traffic. Hot knife through butter. Get on that curve. Right concept, I think. It's not great execution. Through 142. Ooh, all happened at the line. All happened at the line. Okay, so I think side by side 130R. Maybe it's just not possible. In my head I feel like it should be. But maybe it's just not. Catch you in the chat. Flying Flapper working flat out last 2 weeks. Yeah, but he's still set a quick time last week. Yeah, sorry Ryan, I was trying to say sorry. Normally you get that punt immunity. Treviso side by side 130R. I don't know if you think it's possible, Treviso, to go side by side through there. But I've fired off Ryan now on the outside, and then I fired off Roswald, and I was trying to take it fairly easy on the inside, so maybe it's not possible. And they were both kind of very optimistic moves by me, I think. Teddy Jenny, you can take more curb on the second part of chicane. Yeah, I think I need to. Because Rods was kind of straight lining it and then getting a really good run down to the start finish lobby. Gregor, only Brits lobby. It's really international earlier. But now all the Brits we've had our tea. First of all, there's a cheeky line if you keep 2 wheels on the red and white at the final chicane. I have to try it. Obviously, I don't want to spin up, but I think, yeah, it means you just get on the power early, basically. Ian, seen it once in the top 16. Once. Well, you're saying it's possible, Ian. I just think it would be so cool to go side by side, and then there's so much pressure on the chicane because you're coming in at the same speed, whereas normally overtakes happen at the chicane, someone's coming in a lot faster, whereas I'd like to come in there the same speed. It'd be a bit like Monza. Monza turn 1 just comes down to, because sometimes there's not a lot of overspeed and it's who's going to be latest on the brakes. See you, Phil. Thanks for joining. So we have to go to bed early, but great to have you, as always. Treviso, if both drivers leave space. Yeah, maybe I'm not good enough to leave that space. We'll keep going with race B. I'm easy to kind of swap and change, but this is a lot of fun. See you, Jodie Jaina. Thanks for joining. Hope the dailies go well for you this week. See you around. Thanks as always for joining. Ian, I thought it would be a nice challenge to be number 1 Essex, and I see Treviso is on Essex, dang it. Well, Treviso is number 1, yeah. That's like having Max Verstappen as your teammate. Roswald, Porsche seems to have the nicest. Yeah, I've really enjoyed the Porsche. I'll leave. Yeah, please do feel free to like that. Absolutely destroy that like button. Just render it unusable. And also subscribe to the stream if you like this kind of stuff. It's kind of a chilled out place, I find it, with some very fast drivers and people who are trying to learn but just all having a lot of fun. I find it really chilled out anyway. Have to move to Suffolk now. Isn't that like posh Essex? Takes a bit longer to get into town. Right. Flying's in. Ryan, are you in? Pick that car. Yeah, the only car I tried here today is the Porsche, and I've had no reason to change. The only issues have been my driving, but the Porsche is great. Might be going for that cigarette break. If so, we'll crack on. I know Treviso's been waiting for a while. Yeah, we'll crack on. You know, for a track, I'll be perfectly honest, I've never really enjoyed Suzuka that much. I've always felt I'm quite poor at it. There's a lot of corners I've never really understood, like Spoon and the S's, but I'm really enjoying it today. I think also the fact there's no SR penalty issues takes the edge off a bit. And I think we're all racing quite firmly but fairly. Starting in that mid-pack. Treviso, I think you could... I'm not going to catch you. Oh no. Okay, not that bad. Steve. Justin. Why do I nearly always lose it on the first lap in that corner, the back end? Right, this guy was a bit of a pain to pass last time. Not in a bad way, it's just I didn't do a good job. I don't apportion any blame to myself for that. I'll eat my hat if anyone catches Treviso. Whoa! Bit of a moment there. I'm so far away from this apex. Greg, you want to go side by side in a bit? Yeah, I guess there's no room on exit, is there really? If you're going to be all over that curve, then of course you can't go side by side. Unless you go a little bit narrower and the car on the outside is basically all over the curb. What was I thinking? Right, when can I expect to see the lights of Roswell's in my rearview mirror? Good racing with Greg today. I feel like we've been... Well, I feel like he's just edged me on pace, but we're in the same ballpark. I'd like to nail this corner. I feel like I really do get a great exit up here. But this is what I really enjoy about these lobbies. It takes me to tracks that sometimes I haven't enjoyed before, and I have such a fun time racing. I end up learning the track in a fun way. See if I can actually put some pressure on Greg this time. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to. Let's try and take a bit more of this curve as well. Going to be in that slip, just about. Ooh, that's a decent lap for me. About a second off the really fast laps. Ooh, Greg. Mr. Ross, we're just getting onto the curb right at the end. And see, I got onto the curb in the middle, which means my apexing is all wrong. Dutch driver's gone wide there. Now, probably Grace is going to catch me actually, unless I can get a move on. Was that a good exit? Not sure. I could brake a little bit early there. And slow on the, very slow on the throttle. Do you let me know how the sound is on the stream? Because I tried to turn it up a bit, but that's better. Ooh, I think I got on the power just a little bit too early there and had to get off. I think if I'd just been a bit more patient, I would have got really close to that curb and just powered through the corner nicely. I'm quite excited about that. 141's not great, but it'll do. Ooh, that was a shortcut. Is that going to be a penalty? That. I don't know if anyone can remember how much down I was on the previous sector, but I think I gained a lot of time taking that shortcut. Top tip, Mr. Oswald. It's not great. I'm sure Treviso has taken it easy. Purple sector. Bit slidey through there, but I can see Treviso getting closer. Went up a gear there unnecessarily. Don't need to get up to 5th there. And then slid a bit around the hairpin. I think Treviso's taking it very easy. Patience. Treviso, are we going to do it side by side? I'm going to assume the position. No, I missed the chicane, did I? Okay, so I think now I've been on the outside through 130R, I don't think you can do that side by side. Can you? No, I don't know. I can't remember what happened there. Did I turn in and then obviously we made contact and then I ended up going out wide? You'd have to, unless you were deliberately trying to do it with someone who knew you were trying to do it, I don't think you can do that side by side. Because there's probably no one better to go with side by side than likes Treviso and Roswald. And we've done that in the stream and it hasn't worked out. So they need to kind of re-profile that corner so you can go side by side. So just a re-profiling of 130R. Great racing though. As always. Great racing, Treviso. I feel like you let me catch up so we could have that hashtag 130R moment. Steve, me and Doe just prove you can't do it side by side. I really want to see it done, and then people going side by side into the chicane. That would just make me so happy. Surely that must have happened in F1 at some point, where basically the guy someone hasn't yielded and they've had to go side by side because they have so much downforce. You just need more downforce, and then the guy on the inside won't hit the guy on the outside. Gregor, on the last turn along the S section, right for that big left turn, you can use some engine brake. You mean the right turn? I'm getting that all wrong because I know Roswald clips the curb right at the end of the curb, and I'm on the curb earlier, so my line isn't good, and it means I'm making the left hand a more acute angle. So I can understand that, I just can't translate it into actually not doing it. Good racing though. Seems like, should we do another one? Seems like good racing here. Go straight into another. Gregor, the Lexus I'm using is Barrichello's stock car 2020 livery. I didn't know Barrichello was still racing. Very cool. Ow, do you notice the karting boys were a touch more aggressive after a day at the track? I think you realise very quickly in karting lap 1 that it is a contact sport. There's no radar. Greg, yeah, it happened with Shumi Alonso. Okay, I'll have to watch that. That's I mean, but if that's the caliber of driver, maybe Roswald and Nathan and Treviso. Maybe 2 out of you guys could do it, but I think my skill level is not high enough. Treviso had to try the side by side, yeah. I think it was better you on the inside because it's obviously easier on the inside to just understeer, but with you on the inside and we still made contact. Although I think actually I turned in quite aggressively, so maybe I hit you and then I got bounced out. Anyway, I don't know why I'm obsessed with it. It's just such a minor point. I think this track is where controller suffers the most. Smooth is hard. Well, speak to Treviso because Treviso is on the pad. And after was it last week when I had to use a pad for that Tsukuba race and I just couldn't? I'm in awe at people who can make a pad work. It just feels like there's so much to do with such tiny inputs. Lots of pad players in the house. We'll go again in a couple of seconds. Russell, very true. I'm glad not using controller. I had to use it for a week at one point because I was needing to I hated it. Yeah, I've just cooled in my wheel again, so I don't have to do that. That was just such a disaster, and we did 3 races that evening, and finally I did a half decent quali lap, and then anyway, we all know what happened. Flan, I'm blaming the heat for the poor driving. Yeah, it's hot. It's starting P4 now though. Treviso pad is very competitive, sometimes has an advantage, disadvantage. I don't know where the advantages are though. I can imagine for something like a hairpin, maybe you can turn in quicker, because it's quicker to move the stick there than turn the wheel all the way around. And maybe in a longer corner like, I don't know, 130R or something, you can be more precise with the wheel. That's my hunch. Let's really pull through the chicane. Ready? If you don't get this, I just wasn't focusing, and you really have to focus for this bit. Oh, I do. See, hitting the curb way too early there, and it's quite arduous to get back. So if I work backwards, I need to kind of go a bit deeper into that corner and then run back and hit the curb late. Could be interesting going into Spoon ahead. Spoon's probably not the place to do it. Into the chicane. Oh, Steve. Roswald. Don't know if that was off the chicane. Quite an unusual place to end up back there. Not happy. International sign of not happy. Maybe punted off. Whoops. Off. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, through. It's very difficult to overtake in the S's. Might see this like an F1 compilation of overtakes in those S's. Whoops, that's deep. Not the worst outcome in the world. Mr. Roswald on my tail. Right, Treviso and Detonator. Two A+ drivers going at it. Dropped a lot of speed there. Still cut a bit more curb there. So Treviso's got the inside. Pull back. pretty amateur line through there, to be honest. Look how much Roswell's caught up with me. Now off that camber. Never even got close to the apex. I was trying to do a bit of a deeper line so I could clip the curb later, but I think because of that camber it's quite difficult. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. A lot of fast drivers here. Reservoir Donator, Trivicia, all A+ drivers, so it doesn't get any best than this really. Even leaving aside the fact I messed up right at the end, you saw that even though it looked like Roswell had gone quite wide and lost time, he had such a better exit than me. Oop, that's wide. Lost a lot of speed. Two Porsches going through. Slow lap times from me, but... Right, let's follow Roswell through here. This is a really good opportunity to get the line. Okay, a bit better through the middle, though not really hooking up the last part. Bit messy there, but look at the delta in my last lap. I'm just losing so much time. Look at the delta. It's going to be about a 10th by the end, maybe. Maybe not as bad as I thought, actually. Side by side! They did it! That's definitely side by side. Let me know in the chat if that was... I wasn't really paying attention because I was looking at the delta, but... To me that looked like a legit side by side. I think we proved that you can do side by side. It's a legit overtaking opportunity. So Roswell and Treviso, yeah, it lit side by side from my perspective. I don't know how it felt. How did it feel, kind of, as you were about to go in? Thing is, if it was a serious race, I don't think he let. Yeah, 100%. But it's like, how? Imagine this was for real in real cars. So you don't want to kill someone. The amount of respect and your fortunes are like so intertwined, and at the point of entry, it's like, well, fuck, we're in this together now. Point where I was saying the replay. I just find that concept really cool. It's a bit like going up Eau Rouge at Spa. But in a way, Eau Rouge side by side isn't as bad. I think if you've got the inside at the bottom, then you've kind of made it. But that was really cool to watch. That was super cool. And then it was a great end to the race because you're going in side by side in the chicane and you're both super late on the brake and back ends are everywhere and then you're trying to straight line the exit and then there's a lot of room to get to the line. As in, you're not going to bang wheels, you can have a run to the line. Yeah, I've saved the replay. We'll have a look at it. That was super, super cool to watch. Like a ballet dance, yeah. It doesn't get... You need two drivers who... Let's be honest, I tried that a couple of times and someone always ended up getting fired off. So I think you need two top quality drivers to make that work. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for joining as always. Great to have you. Looking pretty racy out there, to be honest. So I hope it goes well for the dailies. You've been setting really good lap times last couple of weeks. Let me just ask if you want to... Do we want to do race B or race C? Well, so I won't be racing anymore tonight, but we'll stick around here for a little bit though. It'll be great racing with you. Let me just... my brain can't do two things at once. And I'm typing on this like keypad. Yeah, Russell, great racing with you. Really appreciate it. Being able to follow your lines through the S's particularly. Because previously I've never liked Suzuka because I've always felt really bad through there and it sets up the lap badly for me. But actually just seeing you and doing that kind of instinctive thing where you follow someone and just, oh yeah, okay, that's the way through, is super, super helpful. Don't need to get those LMP ones out. Okay, we're doing it. Get the P1s out for the lads. Race. It's GP. I've got the settings here. Right at the bottom. 1 second. Group 1. There's fuel and tyre wear, but we'll leave it. And it's only hard tyres. And everything else is fine, I think. Switchblade, I love sim racing. It's helped with my mental health and depression so much. A lot of people say that about sim racing. The community is often, I think, quite supportive and collaborative. And I see it as quite different to gaming. It's a hobby and everyone's on their own journey. And it's a hobby where it's completely fine to not be as fast as other people because you're on your own path. That makes sense. And there's discipline and focus and a lot of techniques, and I'm trying to think of something to compare it to, but I can't really. Maybe it's like golf, I don't know. I've never played golf. Something like that. Much rather go racing than play golf. Yeah, great to hear that, Switch, and hopefully this stream helps and other streams and other sim racing people and, you know, everyone in this chat and everything. It's Yeah, I think it's been good. I've really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it as well. It's. I think people that race right at the top, you get that level of aggro and tension and things spill over. But for me, I'm not at that level, so it's just I enjoy good racing. I enjoy side by side, and I enjoy slowly getting better. And if I can, helping other people to get better, even though there are drivers that are a lot faster than me, and they really help me, like Russell in last race, and Nathan gives great tips, and you know, racing with Treviso as well. In the same way, there might be new drivers, and I can try and give whatever tips I can. So yeah, very cool. What were they thinking? I don't know. What? I suspect it's going to be all about the R8, R18, 16 and the TSA 50. But it'd be cool if any of the VGTs... What was the VGT we tried that had the really cool interior? Was it the LM55? We tried it at Le Mans. Treviso, it's possible for fun to do 130R side by side, but in a race like FI it's a risk. Yeah, I know. And I guess in something like iRacing, I think doing that in iRacing would be as close as you can get in a sim to feeling that adrenaline, all those emotions that you would get in real life. I think iRacing would reflect that the most out of any sim. Obviously it'd be nothing like in real life going through there, and if there's a crash, there's a big crash. But I feel like iRacing would, out of the sims, be the best way of like replicating that. Yeah, hard tyres, and only hard tyres as well. So for the actual C, it's fuel at 2, tyre wear 6, and I think it's only hard tyres. Yeah, we like the NM55 at Le Mans. We like the interior view. I'll show you the interior view. That'll be really good races on that Recipe Treviso, yeah. Really good fun. Flying game for the Alpine, another non-hybrid car. Are the non-hybrids going to be good? I imagine for quali you need to use a hybrid, but in the race sometimes they don't recharge. Is this the one we used? Yeah, with the head-up display. Streamers always talking about iRacing. Stream watchers always going to GTS. Yeah. I mean, when I'm browsing YouTube for stuff to watch, I tend to gravitate more towards the GT Sports stuff because it's just more accessible, and iRacing is a bit more structured and traditional, and but from a racing perspective, the kind of jeopardy of all the accidents and stuff, I really like iRacing. Right, let's get out here then. People are going to spin here. Probably I'm going to spin. Because we're behind Nathan, let's actually try and... Hang on, we've got traction control on already. The thing is, the hybrid cars accelerate so quickly. So actually, I feel like it's going to have to be the TSA 50. If you want to be at the races. And the Audi on the hybrid just accelerates so quickly, and it spins the wheels through the gears. And it's so quick you can't really keep turning. Once you're on full throttle out of a low speed corner, it just wants to go in a straight line like a train. Detonated with a 142. Someone's coming down the straight. Let's see if we can just follow them maybe. There's our Canadian friend. Who's behind that? Oh, didn't mean to stop. I'm not very... If you see me in FIA qualifying, I'm not very good at this, dropping into space. One of my weaknesses, of many. Woo. Wow, this is... Do not do this race next week in the main account. Because these cars accelerate so quickly, you're just going to touch people all the time, and it's always going to be at a decent speed, so you're just going to pick up SR downs, I reckon, is my hot take. There's going to be loads of downforce through there, isn't there? I hadn't actually driven this track until a couple of months ago. Just one that I'd always avoided, but now I quite enjoy it. Okay, so you can't really brake after 100, I think. Woo! Just did that to get a good run down here, obviously. Too late on the brakes. Oh my, yeah, hard tyres, that corner in this car. There's going to be a lot of spins, I think. Now this bit I think is going to be quite hard in the Audi. So I think it's going to actually understeer a bit there and throttle. Yeah, Greg, I've heard the COVID situation in Brazil is it's not good, to put it mildly. Whoa! So the Roswell tip that was really good for Group 3 was to ride that curb on the outside. That was a great tip, so we'll try and make it work in Group 1. Surely that's 1,000 deaths. I mean, that's... So 100,000 deaths, that's like... That's really high. Right, here we go. Bit on the brakes there. Whoa, no. I'm not sure YouTube's really... watching, but let's see. See that, so I think I probably hit you, but I didn't hit you on my screen. That probably came off as quite aggressive again. Sorry, Ryan. I don't know if that's if anyone's doing that flat. I suspect it probably is flat. We'll finish this lap and then we'll spectate the lights of Detonator Nathan. We're very cautious into there and still span it. Very political in the chat. Let's jump out. Detonator, I think TSA 50 is nice to drive. The hybrid works really well and doesn't just throw in a load of understeer. I feel like the Audi understeers a lot when the hybrid power is deployed. We used it at Laguna Seca a while ago. So Treviso is on the pad. So you can see here, and the other thing the TSA 50 does really well is it actually keeps the hybrid power, recharges it quite well. The Audi doesn't. Easter, I think this track kind of sucks. I used to feel the same way, but I've kind of got used to it now. Interested to know which bit you think sucks, so we can see if we can help. Should we do a race in 5 minutes? Midnight race? Wow, it's getting late. We'll do a race in 2 minutes then. I need to start these streams earlier. Easter is just a lot of turns where you're not going to like the actual Nürburgring. It's a tricky circuit. The first sector is really tricky, and I'm not comfortable with it. But as soon as I kind of get comfortable with that, the middle sector's fine, and then the last sector's fine. So for me, I think the first sector's a bit fiddly. I don't understand that comment. Maybe I'm being slow. Right, Flying, are you choosing a car? Yeah, we're all in. Okay. Wait for me, okay. Jump in from the US. See what people are driving. Go through the order. So, Detonator in the TSA. In the Toyota, basically. This guy, same. This guy, same. Let's look at Nathan. Sixth gear, brake just for the 100, second gear, straight line, a little bit hairy. Kind of a bit of lift and brake, turn in, straight line. Super aggressive in the turn. I can't really drive like Nathan. It's a very skilled way of driving. I would just spin out. all over that curb. First gear, second gear, lift, straight. Third gear through here. Right to the left hand side, second gear. Really nice in the power there. Super, super nice. On the curb, on brake, which is another thing Nathan does a lot, is brake on the curb. Up to fifth gear through here. A little bit of a lift. Braking really wide from out there. Second gear here. Back to third. Half a second under on the delta. Keeping it in fifth that time. Look at that, riding the curb all the way to get the best line in. And there you go. Super fast lap from Nathan. Formula Fan. We'll just wait for Formula Fan to jump in because he's a super fast driver. He's been second top 10 times. We'll just wait for him to choose a car. Solidly very laggy. Okay, we'll see. Just wait for Mr. There we go. Some very fast drivers in this race, but to be honest, you know, maybe I should be using the traction control. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe for the beginning at least. Someone's in the Bugatti VGT, which I didn't even know was a thing, but it is a thing. Some very, very fast drivers behind. Oh, yeah, that was a good shout, Issa. He's lagging a tad. Adds an extra dimension, literally. What is going on with that guy? It's like Mario Kart. Greg not on the T150, I think. Paying for it. Just accelerating away from Greg there, who I think is in the Audi. I might have got that wrong. See that kind of understeer on acceleration there? good run we've got on the sofa man here. Sophology. Ran past the apex, but was two off the inside. Should have gone up a gear earlier there. Yeah, turrets are working quite nicely. It's actually in many ways easier to drive the Group 1 around here than the Group 3. Because this car just turns in where you want it to. That's better. Oh shit, I was looking at the chat. Streamer error. See, when I get too comfortable, I start looking at the chat or thinking about dinner or something. It's a dangerous zone for me. That was all my fault. Understood through here. Good battle ahead though. Not a good line through there. Yeah, quite fun to drive this Toyota actually. good race. Might be really good fun in the daily race, actually. So for the daily race, it's going to be 10 laps. Tyre wear at time 6. So I don't know if that's going to mean you have to do a stop, or it's just going to be kind of tyres get worse. Could be quite interesting. Yeah, so you called it with slodgy. That lagging at the beginning was pretty intense lagging. Wind 109 really struggled. Great to have you in the stream, Formula 1 fan. I think we saw you at a previous Sunday night practice. Setting some very fast times at Dragon Trail Gardens. Don't know what car you're using, but the Toyota seems pretty good. Dating super laggy. That guy, I'm surprised he didn't hit anyone. He was kind of like zooming around at hyperspeed. Maybe it doesn't cause a collision with the cars, it just causes a collision with like the objects. We'll do another race, and I'm not sure if we do another one after that because it's late. You did. I got top 10. Yeah, you're really fast at Gardens. I can't remember what car you're using. Wasn't it a McLaren like dressed up as a Ferrari or something? I can't remember. But it was. I think you showed us that a lap time was possible that we weren't sure about. See you, Detonator. Great to have you in the stream as always. Grid start. Okay. Oh, is it a grid start for the thing? It's not, but we can do grid start, why not? Nathan, we'll do the grid start. I'll change it just before we start the race. Just so it doesn't interrupt people. Thanks for joining, Detonator. Great racing as always. Super fast and super clean driver, Detonator. Federal aid coming in from the US. That's a very US thing, it sounds like. Flying Flapper, last race for me. I'm supposed to say that's not a pretty sight. Yeah, I know. I'm in like a sports top, but it's not pretty here either. Last race for me as well, I think. Just have so much fun on the... I mean, how long has that been? Has that been 4 hours? It doesn't feel like 4 hours. It feels like an hour and a bit. It's funny, isn't it? When you race like this and the racing is often hard, fair, clean, all of those things. It's a lot of fun, but when you go in the daily races, sometimes it can be a bit of a grind. I really enjoy these lobbies. Right, so we'll jump into the last race in about a minute. Please do feel free to like, subscribe, all the usual stuff. If you want to. But yeah, really happy with these lobbies. We could do more lobbies. We could do our own kind of like, I don't want to say competition, but you know, it would be cool if we did something of, you know, the likes of Treviso, Nathan, Roswald. We were in different cars, and you know, to kind of compensate for them being so fast. Right, grid start. I won't do the full start check, so that'll just be ITC. And we'll do the reverse grid, because I think pretty much everyone is here. Greg, remember I told us 7 PM now? Yeah, 3 hours easily. Yeah, wow. Daily race D. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, it's tree flying. I did find in the FIA we did start to see similar names, but I like racing against people you know and seeing if you're better at some tracks or other tracks, seeing where you're closer, where you need to find time. It becomes very good benchmarks, and I find the racing is actually quite a lot harder sometimes. Because you can talk about, you can't escape after, you have to talk about it if you do a dick move, to say it in French. Ooh. This is what the daily race is going to be like, by the way. 20 cars like this. The start is going to be intense. Someone's gone very wide there. Nathan's already up to second. Having started behind me. Ooh, it's getting congested here. No need to do anything silly there. Maybe here, do something silly? Yeah, why not? Let's do that. Oh, he was very fair there, I think. I think he could have turned in earlier. Oh, mate, you braked early there, pal. We live to fight another day. Is a boost run out or something? That was an atrocious line for me. That's probably my bad. And then I understeer here. I'm just being an absolute menace at the moment. Caught up with this back again though. That's a nice move. Ooh, is that flying? Maybe the grid start has brought all this closer together. Cheers, Issa. Hope it's been good racing with some fast people. Try and get that SR back up from E. Did you see that on the radar? Come on, turn in. Really pour through there, just not getting the apex. Don't think it's helpful hitting that curb, just pushes you outwards. You forget something, Issa. Oh, I thought it might be last lap. I lost count. Don't push me wide, please. It's quite late on the brakes there. Chaos. Okay. 2.6 penalty. Well, we kind of got through everyone else, and the three ahead of us are a lot faster than us. I don't know why I think that's always a good place to kind of check out times and messages. Different line for me there. Only a small lift there. Not great. Kind of lost all the momentum. Like good racing at the top, all of those drivers making the way through, but you saw in the midfield there, I mean I would have had an SR reset in that race, kind of making my way through quite aggressively. Ian, Penalty City, yeah, I think so. I would wait and see what happens before jumping straight into that one. I just feel like the braking zones are very knife edge. But actually, it seems like two really fun combos. I've really enjoyed it. I probably enjoyed it more this week than last week, even though Monza and Seaside are two of my favourite tracks. These combos are quite exciting. Ian, very difficult to avoid touches in that race. Yeah, I completely agree. And it seems to be the penalty system moment is handing out penalties for those kind of small touches. And the other thing is that even if you make a small touch in these cars, it can actually have quite a severe consequence in terms of people getting punted quite a long way. There seems to be a lot of energy in the taps. Flying, thanks for the races. Thanks, Flying. Thanks for joining. Glad to hear you're all well and back on duty sport after a busy time at work. Thanks, Greg, as well. Great to have you from Brazil. Seems like the times work for you on a Sunday, which is great. Really cool to have you again. In the savannah part of Brazil, we know now. Formula Finance. Struggling for rotation under brake, struggling badly. Yeah, I was struggling in, is it turn 2 and 3 maybe, the two left-handers? Let me just let these people know that. That's it. Don't need people hanging. I'm so slow. Oh, I missed it. What am I doing? Come on. Is there anything more painful than watching a person type like this? I can't, that's too, like, a bit too stern. Let's soften it. Yeah, it's really hot here, so... And it's been a long stream. But interesting to do those combos. If you qualify well in this race, and you get out of turn 1 in some clean air, then I think you'll be okay. If you get out through turn 1 and you're like in 50th place, this race is going to be super difficult to avoid getting your SR down. Cheers, Greg. Thanks for the what's the word? Thanks for liking the videos. Always really great to get any feedback on what's working, what's not. But that's really cool to hear, so thanks. That kind of makes me want to do more. Treviso, there's a reason why this combo hasn't happened for ages. It would be carnage. Just seems like turn 1 just... It's going to be impossible to get through turn 1 without there being contact. And then the rest of the first few corners kind of funnel people into each other. I guess it's not going to be a grid start, so it won't be quite as compact as we just saw. But that turn 1 is probably worse than Monza, actually, if you think you actually have to go back on yourself. You can't kind of shortcut across the chicane, which if you try to do in Monza, it will reset you. It doesn't really work like that here. Yes, pre-patch on Sundays. Yeah, we do the Sunday streams now. It's a thing. Night, Ian, if I missed you, sorry. Thanks for joining as always. Glad you got your cookies, M&S cookies. So well set up for tomorrow. It's going to be another hot day tomorrow, I think. So I'm going to leave the lobby so people don't, unless people are just driving and you want to spectate. I'm going to end the lobby just so I don't waste people's time. So plan for this week, tomorrow British F3 iRacing, and then maybe some daily races up, which won't be streamed, but then maybe some daily races after on the odds count, just to kind of get in. And then yeah, we'll do some streams during the week and kind of see how it goes. I wouldn't be surprised if, like Treviso has pointed out, race C is just going to be SR carnage and might deliberately get avoided for that. And then I don't know what's going on with FIA. I don't know if anyone else knows. I don't know if there's any FIA races on Tuesday and Wednesday. I suspect not, but I've no idea. And then I might take a day off this week, evening off from streaming, and actually put some karting videos up, because I have a bit of a backlog of that. I just haven't prioritised getting up. Treviso, Suzuka is good for SR lots of sectors. That is true, isn't it? Yeah. And Group 3 should be a bit more spaced out. Level 40 Sapphire. Very nice. FIA short break. I don't know how you did in FIA in the entry VCO because you were right at the top. And FIA was... It's funny because at the beginning there was still the fuel burning stuff and all of the things you had to do, and then FIA kind of really changed throughout the season. They lengthened the quali and other bits and bobs. Oh, I can't even see it. Can you not see it? Archive? This one? Nations. Check out the rankings. We didn't really do that well. Treviso, 2,000 points with some absolutely huge wins in there. And pretty consistent on the points as well in terms of like high 250s. Probably should have done a bit better. Oh, sorry, we can see the actual rankings there. So, did okay, 8 scores over 250. I mean, I've only ever been in a couple of races where the top points have been above 250. I guess these are the rankings that really count. So I don't know what happens with this season. Do they do a final or something, or is that just it? We'll see how it went down in the UK. So all these pretty big names still to be racing it sometimes. Treviso way up there in 17th place in the whole of the UK. And it's pretty close actually. But yeah, I think we'll wrap the stream up there. It's late, it's hot. Thanks everyone for joining. You guys make the stream as always. I really enjoy the Sunday races. They make me race and enjoy tracks and combos that I normally wouldn't otherwise do, which I think is a good thing. And I think we always kind of get lots of tips, and it helps us for the week ahead, and maybe it gives you a leg up that's quite important when the penalty system's quite sensitive, so you don't want to be starting down the grid, you want to be starting as high as you can. Thanks Treviso, thanks for joining. It's always great to have a super quick driver in here that we can all try and follow and learn from. That's just invaluable. And hopefully we do another Club 100 team versus team soon. Thanks Al, thanks anyone else that's still in the stream. Thanks Adwad. Should be streaming again tomorrow for Daily Race Carnage, probably on the odd count. But until then, thanks for joining as always. I hope you have a very good night and you have a fan if it's super hot. I'm going to be using this fan. But until the next stream, I will see you next time.